Okay. Let's get started. Hello everyone. How's everyone doing? Hope everyone's doing good today. Today we continue. I did a lot of these studies. I did a bunch of them outside too. There's still a few. Hello, Mr. Crazy Cat. Welcome to the stream. This one, I think there's more detail I could add, but I'm not entirely sure. Hi, how are you doing? But I wanted to move on. And we are gonna do something else. I wanna try to do mugshots as well. I'm good, a little mentally tired. I see. Good to hear you're doing good. If you're mentally tired, don't worry. I'll make sure to make it extra chill for you. Right? Yeah. No? Okay. I thought I was wearing my headset backwards, but I wasn't. So yeah, today I wanna see if I can draw mugshots in like items. It's like the best way for me to work into these things is if I pretend I'm making assets for a game. It helps a lot. So that's what we're doing today. Now let me think. What kind of mugshot can we start with? How about I'll make a mugshot of you, Ninjalings. How about we start it there, huh? Let's just be a good one. A good practice. So let's see, what base color can we use? If I use completely black, it's not gonna be very good. We could use this one. This one can work. We can use this and weave in the black as shadows. So we can do that. So let's get started. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. So we have a shape. Usually have kind of a big head. Oh, I forgot something. Hold up. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Have a nice round shape. Here we go. So so first things first, I'm gonna get my stitches off finally. Yeah, this week it's on Friday. It's on Friday. Then life can come back to normal. I won't have to use keep my leg high all the times, and I'll be able to walk with my doggo again. I can't wait. I can't wait, honestly. It's been nice, not gonna lie. It has been nice. Stitches, what should you do? Oh, I removed, I don't know how to call it. It's a cystis thing. It was growing on my leg. I thought it was a bug bite, but it swelled up a lot more. It was kinda yucky. It had to be removed because it's one of those things that it's harmless, but not only does it look ugly, it's also, yeah, cyst. So it's called a cyst. Okay. Yeah, I needed some assistance. So I had that removed. I had that removed. Problem was it wasn't even in a bad place of the leg, but since it's on the leg, gotta keep it well protected. Right? So yeah. It ended up I ended up with a lot of stitches actually. Yeah, it's better to have them surgically removed than doing it yourself. It can come back if not properly. Yes, exactly. I even asked it to see the thing how it was. It's freaky. It's like a little egg. There's like there's like this envelopment thing, right? And if you try to pop it yourself, the envelopment thing remains in your body, and it just fills back up after a while. So yeah, you absolutely need to remove it surgically in order to make sure it doesn't come back again. Or it gets infected or worse. So I had it removed, but it apparently was big enough that it warranted 4 stitches. So I had to take it easy. Which meant I watched a whole lot of anime. There are a bunch of shows I keep in my pocket for like sick days and stuff like that. The cyst wall needs remover or it does come back and get bigger. Cysts are crazy. Yeah, they are. They are. Like, it's interesting, their natural reaction of the body. And absolutely, they're absolutely wild. They're absolutely wild. They're necessary, but like, it's so freaky. It's so freaky that our body needs and can do something quite like that. So yeah, I've been good, so I don't get the stitches popped. The stitches like rip it out for whatever reason. Today I actually had a little bit of a scare because my doggo was stretching in bed and she almost hit my... I don't know how to say curativo in English. Hold up. My bandages! Yeah, bandages work. Let's go with that. Not quite that, but close enough. She almost hit my bandages. Yeah. Yeah, Doggo sleeps in our bed. We try to teach her not to sleep on the bed. That never works. I don't know how people can teach their dogs to sleep in their own dog bed instead of sleeping with the owner. Honestly, I wish I knew. Because, like, it's like natural that the dog... dogs sleep all huddled up together, right? It's natural that a dog would want to sleep with the owner like that. I have no idea how people are able to teach their dogs like that, because he cries so much, it feels so bad. I am not immune to doggo emotional manipulation. Let's just clean. She's more of a house dog. But still, her paws are full of claws and fur and should go nowhere near a wound. I have a cat and he likes to sleep on my headboard. During the night, he falls off and lays on my face. Oh no. Kitties. Kitties are great. Thank you for the follow, Silent Brew. Welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy yourself here. And don't forget to check out your complimentary initialing. Animals are great. Animals are great. Gotta love him. You know, I know technically I had a commission that I finished like last week. But it feels weird that I'm getting a lot of free time now. I'm kind of like, someone gonna commission me out of the blue, I wonder. But anyways, it's a really good time to work on personal projects like this one. It's interesting how limiting the Game Boy Color pattern palette is. And it's fun to try to work around it. Like, for instance, this is, I think, is the darkest purple we can get. Otherwise, we already reached this level. I mean, we could use this level. How's this on this? Oh, we could do... Oh, wait, I think I have an idea. I think I have an idea of what we can do. I think I have an idea of what we can do. Yeah. Hello, Lunatic! Welcome to the stream! How are you doing? We're talking about cats falling on people's heads. Not related to pets, but related to falling on your head. Momochi has this habit of, whenever we have some downtime, she likes to scroll on her phone in bed. Ah, thank you for the pet, Lunatic. Did it go off? I hope it went off. It did, right? It did, okay. Good. But yeah, Momochi has this habit of scrolling her phone while she is on bed and facing her phone. So she likes... She's like laying down with her phone like this. And it's really funny because whenever she is in bed, she will get sleepy really fast. So basically, it's a succession. Like I'm sitting on the side or something like this, and I just keep hearing, "Back, ah!" Then a few seconds later, "Back, ah!" Then again, "Back, ah!" It keeps falling on her face, and she keeps picking it back up. And it falls again. Yeah. It's cute. I said she should make that her BRB screen. Would be honestly, it would be a great loop. Would be a great loop. I think I might make that animation for her at one point. Because honestly, it's so her. It's so her. Also, chat, I hope you saw on the Discord, I posted, I won on an art trade picture of me, male form. I thought it looked pretty hot. Looked pretty awesome. Hope you all saw that. It was really fun. It was a Secret Santa thing that I participated in. And I still need to post the pixel art I made for that too. I will post soon enough. Is that everyone who was part of it wants to post it at around the same time, so it's kind of like it kind of chains in the same order, that everyone got everyone revealed who was the Secret Santa. Yes. This is a color that can be used to make a shadow. Not too bad, considering the palette limitations. It's pretty cool, actually. It's pretty cool. But yeah, so now I finished watching the anime. I will master the blade in my other life or something. I think that was the name. And I gotta say, the one part of the name that I remember for sure is that it said it would master the blade in the other life. But what got me in that anime was the fact that the main character fought with her bare fist 95% of the time. Like, she had a sword at the beginning of the story, and she immediately was like, you know what, I think I'm too OP. I think I'd rather just use my bare fist. It's more effective. Which, by the power scaling of that anime, it makes sense. Especially since, like, everyone who actually wields a weapon in that anime has, like, magic powers attached to the weapons. Also the laser blast. Yeah, if you can shoot lasers out of your fingertips, you don't really need weapons all that much, you know? It's kind of superfluous at that point. Is it really a thing you need? No, it is not. It doesn't look bad, but it feels like... Something is amiss. You know what I mean? Something is amiss and it isn't a lady. I could give it like a little shine. Yeah, but overall, I thought it was good. I thought the ending was decent too. was overall a fun show. It was a fun show. It was really funny though, because I usually don't watch these shows on the living room, but I watched it yesterday because I forgot. So Crunchyroll is being extra crunchy lately. Not really enjoying it. I am... Momochi is like this close to just wanting to just not sign it up anymore because it's been having like so much trouble. The TV apps have been so crunchy. Oh, so crunchy, you know? And that's like... Dude, that's like the only reason I've subscribed to Crunchyroll. It's because I wanna watch it on my TV, but I can't watch it on my TV. But have they been rolling? They have not. At least they haven't been rolling ads. So that's something. They haven't been rolling ads. I'm gonna give them that much. So it's been better than Prime in that regard. Crunchy with no rolling, how could this be? I know, right? This is what it is. And... But, so, for some reason, That's half the name gone right there. I know, right? I know. But yeah, for some reason, Crunchyroll doesn't work on my the room that's located in the office or in the office, but it works on the living room. For some reason, it works fine on the living room. The way that I usually watch it is I will plug in my PS4. It works fine on the PS4 for some reason. And I'll watch it through the PS4, basically. What in any other place with a TV that I can in the house. So I was watching on the living room because I'd forgotten the PS controller down here, and I didn't want to go back to the office to grab it. I wanted to watch it in my room, but I didn't want to go down to the office to grab it because of the stitches, right? As a side note, my interpreted mug shot is a shot of a mug, so I was hyper confused to see initially when I... Ah yes, let's do the mug shots, hold up. Let's go. I am actually very surprised, Lunatic, that you expected to walk into a Pune instead of an actual mugshot. I guess I'm one to blame for that. I must be the one to blame for that. No, Pune, I just forgot mugshot meant face pick. Ah, I see. Hehehe. There we go. Here we go. But yeah, so I was watching it in my living room. My mom came by. looked at the TV and immediately was like, "Wow, those ladies are dressed very sexily." And all I had to say was, "Well, yes, they are. Yes, they are." Because the show isn't that fun servicey. Okay, it does have the scenes that the little fairy likes to hide. Has the gag where the little fairy likes to hide in the booba of the protagonist, but and they are very well drawn. One thing that anime does that I kinda like a lot is ah, crap. Wait, when did I mute myself? When did I mute myself? Hold up. Ah, yeah, when I sneezed. Crap. Yeah, it was when I sneezed. Now let me see. One thing I like about the show is silence. Crap. Okay. I was talking about how I liked the art style a lot. I thought it looked really nice. Particularly, there's a particular way they do draw the smiles of the characters that feels like a very genuine smile. I don't remember where I saw it for the first time, but there's like a very specific way to do that smile. And I noticed only some anime do it. No new layer? Honestly, that's probably a good idea. Let's see. Oops. We could do the frame to be just slightly over. There are a few ways. If it's like this, I don't know why I drew the ears though, but so I kind of want the ears to appear. I think I want like do it like this. Yeah. And also I wanted to do with this, but okay. go. EQ, thank you. I know I'm adorable. And I also know you're talking about the initialing, don't worry about it. Ah, thank you, Lunatic. I don't know, I feel like I was fishing for compliments. Did anyone feel that way? See here. Okay. Let's go. Man, I was just watching a let's play of a rather insane game. I don't know why China has released a bunch of FMV games, and this one YouTuber that I watch got his hands on them essentially. Give us a sweet innocent being that no lewds. Don't look at his Patreon. No, look at my Patreon, please. And if you like it, maybe follow. You don't necessarily have to subscribe to see most of it. Really, you only need to subscribe for the loot parts, and the only reason I gatekeep the loots at all is because apparently if I don't, according to Momochi, if I don't, I actually get banned off Patreon. The paywall is there to stop people from under 18 seeing lewd stuff, essentially. If I could make the content for free, I would, and let the Patreon be like, if you like this, you can support me, or at least remember me if you're gonna commission something. I would, honestly. Because I am not well disciplined enough to remember making Patreon exclusive content every month. I keep forgetting to do that. I really should. Most of the time it was because of commissions, but sometimes I just forgot. I just forget. Though I might need to actually pay more attention to Patreon because Twitter is becoming increasingly hostile to post content on, honestly. That whole Grok edit thing is kinda ugh. It's like, okay, I did not consent to you to help you train AI anyways, but how do I know that when the tool is being used to edit a picture that I add, the AI is not being trained anyways, you know? There we go. That's a nice mugshot frame. That's a nice mugshot frame. the way, do you guys know what an FMV game is? Do you guys know what an FMV game is? Huh? FMV. Give me an F, give me an M, give me a V. You got FMV. No clue? Okay. So FMV stands for full motion video. And these types of games were extremely popular when CD-ROM media for video games became a thing. Which it wasn't. It was not a thing at all. But when it became a thing, people went goo gaga over it, because for the first time ever, you could actually store recorded videos inside games. Right? So the cute cutscenes with people standing and cool pixel art graphics, they were done at the time because of limitations only. No one thought that was an aesthetic. That was just the way it was. Right? And when the technology allowed for you to actually record a video, people went gaga over it, because it was like, oh my god, we did it. We have reached the pinnacle of graphics, because no graphic can be more real than real life. We've outdone ourselves. So there were a bunch of video games that were made by putting together a bunch of pre-recorded videos, right? And then the video plays based on your choice, or sometimes the video will play based on your actions. So there were a bunch of videos like this, a bunch of video games like this, some of which were banned because they were deemed too violent and extreme. Honestly though, the video games that were actually banned, how do I put it? They were goofy as shit and they didn't deserve to be banned at all. They were just like it was all some sort of weird, I don't know how to put it. The best way I can describe is they were scapegoating for something. I don't know what they were scapegoating for, but it was they basically, what they did is, in the United States, they took some of these games to trial, and they wildly misrepresented what the game was and what was happening in the game. So the game that got banned, that was a full motion video, was called, I think, Party House or something like that. The premise of the video game was really goofy. Basically, what was happening was you were a guy who was from a special house security agency, and there was a house party happening with a bunch of teenagers, but intruders were going to invade on that night, and it was your job to try and keep all the teenagers safe. To do that, you had access to your trusty camera. You had access to cameras throughout the house, and access to several elaborate traps, Home Alone style, but with technology. And you had to use those in order to save the teens from danger, right? And it featured sometimes people getting stabbed or something if you failed. But I recall it wasn't really violent, it was very cartoony, actually. But it was banned as a violent video game because these full motion graphics are too realistic and people are gonna wanna stab each other with them or something. If you see the actual game, you would laugh your ass off at that being a thing, but at the time it was a thing because, I don't know. Honestly, I never understood this very much. Video games don't make people violent. Video games make people make bad purchasing decisions with gachas, but not make people violent. Not really. But yeah, so full motion videos exist. Full motion video games as a genre exists. Because it kind of became its own form of art. And China has decided to do games like this, and they're all kind of amazing. The first one that that streamer that I follow played was one about Chinese court intrigue. So pretty much the same setting of Apothecary Diaries, but you're one of the courtesan ladies and you're trying to not get executed while also thinking about what to do with the competition, so on your way to become empress, be chosen by the emperor. Although not really chosen by the emperor, you really want to get chosen by one of the princes. The emperor can die in the middle of the story, and the emperor is kind of a douchebag. So, and basically it's like a choose your own adventure book. How these games pan it out is a choose your own adventure book. You watch the movie up to a point and a situation is presented and the game asks, how would you proceed? Pick an answer. And it changes the outcome of the story. In the Road to Empress, I think was the name, the outcome was very, very fast, came very, very fast. Basically, every bad choice would cause you to get assassinated or executed or sent to a nunghao and be forced into a life of lesbianism. That was kind of a thing. That kind of was a thing in the game. Forced into a life of Seigex. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Because when the emperor dies, all the concubines for the emperor get sent to like a temple where they have to pray for the emperor's soul eternally. And I think they did that so that the girls wouldn't try to murder the emperor if they didn't like the emperor, you know? Or because they wanted their freedom back, because most of them got sent there against their will. I mean, why not? Why not? What if I need a mug? What if I need the mugshot of a mug? It's a good time as ever to practice. Hold up. I am gonna do the best worst joke ever. Brace yourself. There we go. Hey, Aki, but did you see what I sent in NSFW? Don't think so. Hold up. Oh, yeah, the animation's pretty good. I don't understand why she's taking the bullet out of her bikini, though. Yeah. I think I follow that artist, actually. Oh my god, VTuber in pixelart. Ah, you deserve a follow. Sorry, but I love pixelart. Hello, Peter VT. Ah, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it.
Peter
hello.
Join the Ninjalings.
Welcome. My name is Kibatsuki. I do pixel art. This model, I drew it myself, and Lunatic on the Lunatic there rigged it. Thank you. Yeah. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. 2.0 soon. Yes. It's gonna be soon. I think as soon as I'm done with preparations for the string, I am actually just gonna do it. Momochi still has a lot of stuff to prepare. There we go, the mugshot of a mug. Beautiful. Oh. New layer. Let's actually do something here. Ah, so cute, the Shano emote. Ah, thank you. We have a few. The pixel art ones I made myself. The non-pixel art ones were made by my wife Momochi. So hope you enjoyed those as well. You can put these here. There we go. I still think I need to redo the maid one with the frying pan. Put it more of a close-up. Would probably look better, honestly. This is a good background color, I wonder. Too bright. Oh yeah, since you just arrived, Peter, we're using the Game Boy Color palette for this one. Here, where is it? I had it selected, right? It unselected, I need to reselect. Yeah, there we go, Game Boy Color. This is the Game Boy Color. And then we go here and sort by hue. So it's fun because we have limitations, and limitations breed creativity. At least that's the motto. Yeah, I think this is a little bit better, a little bit more neutral. Okay, so now let me see. I think I want... Oh, I know. Let's see. I think I want maybe... Let's make a raccoon. Let's make a raccoon statue. Excuse the question. What is the name of the mascot on the left? And is it a mini chibi ninja? It's a ninjaling. Yes. It's a tiny ninja made of shadows that I make for everyone. If you look down below, you have been assigned at random one of your own when you followed. And there is a console down below that you can use to change the model of your ninjaling, change the...
The big one on the side speaks with TTS.
Exactly. So you can pick different hats for it, you can add like a little pet to... There are a few things you can do with it. I sporadically add new stuff. You can also... There's also a redeem on the channel, it costs a little bit of watch time, but with enough watch time you can ask for custom hats or even a custom version of the ninjaling. The custom version will change the entire body, although the main rule is that a ninjaling is always a ninjaling. Main rule being that a ninjaling is still a ninjaling, which means it will have some main traits that keep it a ninjaling, like the being made of shadow, essentially. With enough watch time, but doesn't a watch tell you the time? A watch tells you the time, but who watches the watch? But you watch the watch, which means you are the watcher. So you're the watcher who watches the time. See? It makes sense if you don't think about it. Makes absolute sense if you don't think about it. So I wanna make one of those raccoon things. Do you have Instagram X or other social media profiles where you post pixel art? I believe I should. I'm supposed to have my links down below. I have X, I have Blue Sky. I've been posting more on Blue Sky lately because of that weird grok scare. Yeah. And you can join us on Discord. On Discord, I also post my art. I post updates there too. I share it with my wife. And if you want to see news, etc., there's also the YouTube VOD channel. I also do have a Patreon. I keep most of the stuff there for free. Now let me think. How do I want to do this? Hold up. Let me grab a raccoon statue picture. Those have a specific style. And they barely look like raccoons at all. They look so dopey. Which is 95% stuff that I've been commissioned to do. I see. Man, those are some dead eyes, aren't they? Staring into your soul directly. Which layer did I hit it? I think I'm just gonna take inspiration. I'm gonna do something cuter. Yeah, we can do bigger. There we go. Ah, I did it in a completely different layer. Interesting. There we go. But yeah, what was I talking about before? Right. Before trying to sell myself out, so to speak. Yeah. I was talking about the full motion videos. Yeah, so one of the new full motion videos that came out that has like an insane name. It absolutely is kind of like trying to be, how do I put it? It's trying to be like a soap opera. It's absolutely trying to be like a soap opera. I think this is like the most fun use of these full motion video games, because when you're watching like a soap opera or something like that, if you ever indulged in that, there's always these key points where the protagonists do like stupid shit. And you're like, huh, I could have done way better than that guy. So these are fun because it's like, okay, bro, this is your chance. Prove that you are smarter than the average protagonist in these things and pick your own story. Do it. Smiley face. Let's see if you're gonna get killed or not. Let's see if the trying to appease the emperor at that one time really paid off or not. So it was pretty fun watching the guy play that. And they released one recently that has just the most insane name, which is called Revenge on the Gold Diggers. It's just a crazy, crazy name. And the story starts with like this, like some sort of dystopian pen shot of China, and like the rising cases of gold digging. Gold digging is on the rise. There's like a gold digging dystopia going on. And it's the story of a guy who got gotten by the catfishing and decided to create an elite team, elite Avenger-like team. Have to study for tomorrow and then nothing for too long already. What time do you stream? I usually stream around this time. I stream every Thursday, Tuesday, and Sunday. Usually today, this day of the week is the date for pixel art guaranteed. Hold up, I keep confusing Thursday and Tuesday. Tuesday is today, right? Thursday is Thursday. So Thursday comes after Wednesday, right? Yeah, Thursday. This Thursday I am gonna play games. And Saturday is always me playing some retro games. Usually I've been on a Mega Man binge lately. I always try when I play in these games though to try to discuss about the pixel art, some trivia about it, stuff like that. Thursday after Wednesday. Yeah. Because Wednesday is Odin's Day. And Thursday is Thursday. I know that because I've watched the one show with the one guy who wrote Sandman. So yeah. Also, it's a good thing we're no longer streaming at night this year. The art classes ended. So now I can stream at the same regular hour. Instead of streaming at that off hour. That also means that sometimes if I manage to get myself into a collab with other people, I can use that time to collab with them. So that is nice. There we go. Let me drink some water. I think it is more or less the shape that matches this guy, because I kind of want to base it on him. One day I'll find something we can collab on. Yeah. Honestly, the fact that I have the motion sickness makes it so hard. Why is every VTuber collab game first person? Like, come on. Slay the Spire multiplayer. Yeah, we had that one. There was that one game that was like a roguelike that was multiplayer. What hours do you stream? I stream between 12. What's it AM or PM? Hold up. No, yeah, I stream between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m. GMT, usually. Let me write that down so it's clearer. Yeah, these are my usual stream times. I usually go a bit further than 15 a.m. on weekends in particular, but it depends. Because I've been playing Mega Man games, and sometimes the Mega Man games I can actually finish in one stream. So I'll usually do like a long sprint to finish it. Oops. No, 15 p.m. Can you imagine? Oh, don't worry, I only stream 27 hours a day. It's fine. Yeah, no, that's the streamer life. I'm in the grind. Why is 15 p.m. not right? Eh? I thought it was right. Is it not right? Because we're busy 12. Oh, okay. Right, 3 p.m. Right. I see. That's a cute emote, by the way. Muffin God mode. Ah, I see. On another person with the name is Mag, so we are Mag friends. Nice! If you find enough people, you can make a convention and call it MagFest. Joke being, I'm pretty sure there actually is a MagFest. But yeah, the world of FMVs is fascinating. They made so many of them. There's one with Christopher Walken. There's a Mag Warframe. Did you know that Christopher Walken was in a video game about Jack the Ripper in cyberspace? Did you know that Christopher Walken was in a game about Jack the Ripper in cyberspace? It's real. It's real. Look it up. It's real. Oh, it's an actor. He has very deep blue eyes. And has a very distinct way of talking. Very distinct way of talking. I feel like I made the ears too big. Anyway, it's time to me to get ready to sleep now. Gotta work tomorrow. Okay, Lunatic, have a nice sleep preparation. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. Tomorrow I'm gonna be busy. Gotta revamp an entire outsourced session to code from scratch. Oh no. Good luck. Good luck, Lunatic. I don't understand anything about coding, but it sounds hard. Ah. I knew something felt slightly off. So, a lot of those games were like point-and-click adventures at best. There were some that had gameplay, but the gameplay section usually had nothing to do. Often people lag out API endpoints and make everything that you told them to do with testing in any of it and try to scam you, saying it was done. Oh no. Oh no, did you get a bad coworker? Did a bad coworker do this? Ah! Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they shouldn't do that. Indeed. Well, let's see. Maybe if I can make the eyes, I can get a little bit more satisfied. With what I'm doing here. They spent 3-4 months on this and now I gotta redo from scratch. Oof. So basically they called you when they were done trying to work with a guy and now you have to clean his mess. I see. Well, at least they won't hire him again to do that stuff anymore. Hopefully. If I draw it like this, doesn't it look like it's looking down? Especially since that was the last important part of the app. Oof. Well, at least it's bad decision proof. That means it's bad decision proof. That's not too bad. Still got a lot of work to do, yeah. I see. Yeah, procrastination comes from anticipating the amount of work you're gonna have to do. It is usually better to just get it over with. Honestly. Gotta lock in tomorrow and just bite the bulletin. No salvaging the code, just start over. I hope you told your superior that you're doing that, though. Want to warning him that the other guy is no good, right? Good. There we go. Yeah, we already discussed about this, and I spent today and yesterday attempting to salvage the work with it as a base. Ah. I mean, technically, you're not procrastinating. You were just trying to give it to salvage. You were trying to salvage stuff. Problem is the base look it fine, but it call it things which didn't exist. Huh. Like processes that weren't there? Oh no, I was procrastinating. I was reading manga. Okay, fair. Fair. Did you read anything good? Hope you read something good. Oh, actually, since every time I talk about an anime, I think you've already read it. Let me ask you something. Have you ever read an anime called The Heroes Who Don't Believe in Humanity Will Save the World Someday? I watched that one on Crunchyroll. Dude, I'll be very honest. I don't think this looks like a raccoon, and it's starting to scare me. I was trying to do something, it did not work. I was trying to go for something stylized, it did not work. Look at this. We can salvage the face. I thought this thing looked freaky, but you know what? Let's go for it. Let's embrace the freaky. So API is basically a web location in which you have an app point to send info and get info back from. External app webs and stuff. Ah. essentially kind of like links. So they're calling an API endpoint which didn't exist. I did not know the endpoint didn't exist and tried it and got back error responses because it doesn't exist. I see, I see. Makes sense, makes sense. I don't know why this face is making me laugh a little bit. And I could not try endpoints until I fixed the app itself first to call for endpoints. Ah. If... Yeah, that sounds annoying. So in the beginning I was like, okay, well the code is broken, but it looks like they can found the endpoint we needed. So I can use this at least. Right. And then you realize the endpoint was not there either. So basically there was no code. So the code was a pile of nothing that did absolutely nothing. Wow. Yeah, that sucks. There was code, but the code served no purpose other than to look like it was doing something so they could get... Ah. Okay, so... Up to this point, right, I was like chalking it up to incompetence, but they knew what they were doing. They wrote a fake code that was probably simple to do. Maybe even with AI, as far as we know. And ran off with the money. I see. That sucks. That sucks a lot. Wow, your boss must be happy with the situation. Definitely not AI, because I use an AI and even AI was pointing out everything. Oof. Oof. So the guy pretty much went out of his way to sabotage the program by scamming you, essentially. Yeesh. Goddamn. Gotta hate scammers. Like, I use AI with coding because otherwise I'd be here literal years instead of months. I know how bad AI is at tests sometimes, but I know how to work around. That is fair. That is fair. The important thing is that you don't forget how to do the task by yourself. If you have to use it for work. So nowadays there are companies that actually demand it, that you use AI sometimes. because depending on what the job is, it is more efficient sometimes, depending on what it is. Although there be coming out studies that says that like for 90% of stuff it doesn't actually increase productivity. The only reason it works is because I know how to do it myself. If I didn't, then I wouldn't be able to point out all the breakages. God, this is looking freaky, but it's supposed to be, I think. The features look very human. I kinda hate these ears though. You know what? Maybe I'll do the ears like it is instead. And we deleted these things. I just don't like the ears. It's too human and it's looking like a monkey. You know? AI doesn't really know what bad coding practice are and can't think ahead of expanding capabilities. Yeah, that is the main thing with like trying to rely on AI. AI doesn't really know what bad is. And the best way to describe the AI the AI thinking works is what was the name? Availability bias. Yeah. Which is also what's dangerous about using AI for like researching stuff on the internet even, is that the AI will think that what's correct is what is most available. So if there is like you're trying to look for like a new breakthrough into something in the field you're researching, the AI will tend to overlook that. If left alone without the fixing, it's a problem. It can and will write itself into a corner where in order to do what you want, you need to remake the entire program every time. Ooh, goddamn. I'll be real, that sounds like a pain to work with. Like you have to like babysit the little robot to stop it from shitting its pants. There we go. Yes, I do have to babysit it, but babysitting is faster than write every line. That is fair, that is fair. There we go. Let's see, we can put it here. We can give it the impression of the hat by doing these. Like this. Pom 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 pom. I am not drawing the entire hat just to cut it out. That I refuse. I absolutely refuse. There we go. I also have an mentality of using AI for coding and finest work. I also have an inside joke for programmers, like percent of code stolen anyway, we don't give a shit. But for personal hobbies projects, I would not use AI. I see, I see. There we go. You know, I saw a news the other day. Apparently, Adobe is gonna stop supporting their animation tool, and it got me thinking. The Stop Killing Games initiatives should be broader and be Stop Killing Softwares also. Because that shit is not okay. They turn everything into subscription models, and then they just cut stuff that people need for a living to do their jobs out of the blue. It's like, what? Hello Medina, welcome to the stream. Work is work, and it's to work to make a living. For hobbies, the fun of programming. How are you doing today? I'm doing good, I'm doing good. Hope you're doing good too. We're making a freaky statue. We're making mugshots. We make a mugshot of the ninjaling, we make a mugshot of a mug. And now we're making a mugshot of a raccoon statue that you can find on the street. Anyways, I said I go to sleep like 30 minutes ago and got distracted explanations. Sorry, lunatic. Go to bed. Go to bed. Oh yeah, guys, I actually have a question. I've been thinking about good night, hope you have a good stream, but good night, lunatic. Hope you have good knees. Oh, custom hat, okay. Shoot it. Tell me what you wish. So, ragged umbrella. Okay. All right. There we go. I made a note of it. It will be done when it's done. It's kind of fun to do these limitations because it forces me to use other techniques like this. $400k points, oh my god. Right. I like this lyrical. It's goofy bribes and make people happy. Yes! Though I still say this one looks too freaky. Yo, it's cute. Also, I'm not entirely sure I can show the top-down part of the raccoon statue. You know those raccoon statues, what their most prominent feature is, right, Medina? I also find it kind of funny that, like, cultural statues can be censored on Twitch. It's weird. They actually do not, Mamochi. They actually do not. There we go. Twitch is a catastrophe regarding to us, so yeah. Yeah, and so is YouTube, honestly. So is YouTube. Let's see. Now I wanna make a guy who looks like he's working at a Japanese takoyaki stand. Can I make it? Hmm. Hmm. Think I want. Oh, this is a good shape for an alien. Let me try to move it off a little bit. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Your streams are super comfy, but thank you, Medina. I really appreciate it. Oh yeah. So for today, I am trying to do mugshots in Game Boy Color style, essentially. Thank you. I appreciate you too. There we go. Okay, I think I know one of the things that is wrong here. I am trying to make this, and clearly this is makes it becomes weird. There we go. There we go. We got a head shape. That looks semi-decent here. I am trying to make someone who's big-chinned, essentially. You're big on a face, takes veggies for dinner. All right, Medina, have a good one. Maybe someone with features like this would feel like their features are sharper. Perhaps. Man, I wish I could see the Markiplier movie. Just to see what it's all about. You know? But yeah, I wish I could see the Markiplier movie. People have been talking about it a lot. But my understanding is that because since it's independently published and released, it means there is like there'd probably be like some sort of barrier, so to speak, to bring it to like every country. Or not, I'm not even sure. I'm not sure if there are taxes regarding importation of movies. I know there are tax breaks for studios that make movies in Brazil. Even though really it's just the one. You know? He is looking like a guy. This man looks like a guy. Now we need to make this look feel a little bit more plotty. It looks too... Oh, you know what it is. You know what it is. Why it doesn't feel as plotty as it should. The ears. This should go under the ears. Right. So we can get this. There we go. Now it looks more clotty. Now it looks way more clotty. It looks trustworthy, even though he's on a wanted poster. Wanted for rigging carnival games. Oh, hold up. There we go. Into the enemy girl bump. Looks like he has a mole here. Do we keep a mole on him? Give this man a mole. Honestly, this man kinda looks like he would have a mole. And... nah, this is fine. There we go. There we go. But yeah, I'm getting curious about that Iron Lung movies. I keep hearing good things about it. And Markiplier is Markiplier. I used to watch him a lot. I don't watch him as much. Yeah. There's been no confirmation of Iron Lung being released in Brazil yet. So I don't know if I'm gonna be able to see it in theaters. I'm pretty sure some streaming is gonna pick it up. If they pick it up stuff like Hell of a Boss and Digital Circus, mid-production by the way, they're definitely gonna pick that one. They're definitely picking. So yeah, I hope to get it that I get to see it. I heard 95% of it is Markiplier and that he used a submarine made of wood to shoot the film in his backyard or something. I'm not entirely sure about that last one part, but it's like same, him being passionate about the game is very promising to me. Yeah. That is absolutely cool. There we go. It's meant to be a flower. And now I say we give this guy a big old beer. Shaved beer. Noon o'clock type of beer. We can add a little bit close to the neck too. There we go. That actually reminds me, I did want to ask something to you guys. I am planning on releasing the new model soon. Nah, I don't think I can make tiny hair coming out of the nose. There's going to be a new pixel art model. I wanna make the release special. So I wanted to ask if there is... I want to do something, but I want to do something that is gonna be a little bit more interactive. And I know a lot of you join not exactly at the exact time I start, but a little bit later, right? So I was thinking that on the day that I do this, I'd start the stream a bit later to get people to join, and I wanted to know if there is a particular day of the week that's easier to join, so I can plan properly. It's still in planning stages, but I do want to know if there is like anyone in chat that has like an opinion about it or anything of the sort. For me personally, Wednesday and Sunday do not work mostly. Maybe do a survey on Discord. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do the survey. Survey's a good idea. Probably the best. Probably for the best. Yeah, then pick the time that works for most. Will do, will do, will do. Thank you for taking us silly goobers into account. Yeah. Otherwise, with what I'm planning, it's not gonna work. And technically, I am doing a show for you all, so it only makes sense, right? What am I gonna do? Pretend I'm cable TV and not care about the people who watch me? Dude, that reminds me. I remember that here in Brazil they tried to make an all anime cable TV thingus, right? And it failed so horribly. It failed so horribly. And it was interesting because there was already a cable TV network that aired only anime. And as far as I understand, the people who wanted to do this cable TV thing only in Brazil, they bought the rights to that channel to screen it here in Brazil, and they changed everything about it to fit the big vision. And it went down the shitter so fast. There we go. Very moyais. You know, now that I finished it, he kinda looks like the guy that Elaine had hired in that one episode of Seinfeld, who was like war fanboy that would just write absolutely insane shit about stabbing people and freaking everyone out. Thank you, thank you. It feels like it's slightly crooked though, I'm not entirely sure. There's like one thing that I need to move 1 pixel for it to be stellar. If I move the ear over here a little bit more. Maybe the head is overly round. Nope. That is definitely not it. Maybe this. Maybe the ear going back help it. Nah. Alright, Medina, thanks for dropping by. Have a good one. And I think I need to take a break to refill the water and go to the bathroom. So BRB, everyone. I'll be right back. And I was looking at the mugshot, and I think I know what's my problem with it. It's looking a little bit too normal. I want to give it a little bit more oomph, you know? Now, I gotten here in my hands a very delicious onigiri. And I am gonna eat it before we actually get started. I just thought that I already played ads. It took a little while to get it. I'm just gonna eat it real quick. My plan is to try to accentuate this mansion even more. I want to give it like a more personality. And the best way to give it more personality is to work on the chin. This onigiri is from a different brand than what I usually pick. I think I use a little bit more vinegar. It's a little bit more sour than the usual one I take. But it's not expired, so it's not sour in the bad way. Just in the seasoning. Alright, so first things first, the jaw line here. It's too square. What I want to do here, look at this part here, and move it forward a little bit, like this. And either move it just one, or move it two. And I say, let's go for the extreme. Also, music playing, or did I? Yeah, music is just forgot. There we go. Okay, so we move the jaw forward. Hey Rose, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? We're making faces today. Hope you're doing good. Now that's the jaw. There we go. This is way closer than to the aesthetic I envisioned for this guy. I'm okay, just wanted to see some pixels because I think little squares are neat. Ah, then you come to the right place, Rose. Then you come to the right place because I got plenty of neat little pixels. Yes. Then maybe we can do the butt. We can do the butt chin. We can do the chin with a butt. That's a little bit too much. Like this. Then what if I do this? You know, his face looks kind of like a bean, and I don't hate it. It's giving him a lot more personality than the other way, isn't it? There we go. And then we can make it a little bit here. Kind of like, nah, I think I keep like this. Yes. Could even do this. There we go. There we go. That's a whole lot more personality than before. And now it looks like a more interesting character. Before it just looked very plain. Another mugshot completed. This one is gonna be an interesting one. Because this one's gonna be kind of a mugshot of a mugshot. I want to make someone peeking through here as a mugshot. Why so specific? I'm not telling. That is a secret for now. For now, that's a secret. It will all make sense once it makes sense. Oh, we're doing this. Color here. Ah, yeah, the reason these are pointy. Because they are meant to be like little effects of the wood. There we go. I saw an anime with a very confusing title and a very different premise from what was announced in the title, but I still liked it. It was called The Adventurers Who Don't Believe in Humanity Will Save the World Someday. And basically, I think I started talking about this before, but I never finished. It's the story of these peeps who basically got let down by someone they believed in. Usually the backstory for each of these characters would usually be the start of their own visual novel slash wait, Scarlet visual novel? You know, the books that get turned into anime. Forgot the exact name. It's not visual novel, because visual novel is the game, right? Or is it? Oh, I am so confused right now. Anyways. A lot of these would be like the beginning of their own anime. So you have the guy who used to belong to a big guild, and then one day, out of the blue, they get kicked out of the... They get kicked out of the party. And they are kind of just left there being, what the fuck? The fuck did I do? I thought everything was fine, and then it wasn't, right? So that's the main character. Another main character, the mage of the group. She was a prodigy at her school, and she was engaged with a guy from another family, a rich guy from another family. She was okay with it. She was more interested in learning magic, but she was like, yeah, sure, whatever. We'll get married. You're my fiance. That's great. And she was giving her best. She was teaching herself how to do magic, and she was top of her class. Everything was hunky-dory. Until one day, all of a sudden, the fiance wants to break off with her. And in order to break off with her, he publicly humiliates her. He accuses her of doing something she didn't. He gets a bunch of teachers involved into getting fired because of her, essentially. And she gets completely blindsided by that. Because the guy didn't want to marry her, he wanted to marry someone else. And she made his dick feel tiny because she was super special awesome, magical awesome. And he was kind of just average. So he ends up plotting that against her. You could say things get really out of hand there. And yeah, because of that, she is now fired. She's on the streets. And she doesn't have a place to go back. She gets disowned by her family. The whole spiel. The whole spiel, basically. Then there's another girl. No, it's a guy. The guy gets that one. There's one guy, he gets the My Shield hero treatment. I'm unironically calling The Rise of the Shield Hero as my Shield Hero Academia nowadays. I made that joke so much I now call it by that name instead of calling it by the actual name. Frick. Anyways. Dude was a priest from a little village in the boondocks. He loved his job. He loved helping people. And there was a little girl who liked him a lot. He gave her like little special jobs, like collecting herbs for him so he could make potion. And everything was fine until one day it wasn't, because she confessed her love to him. But she was like 12. And he is well adjusted. He's well adjusted. So he tried to let her down easy. But he failed to do so in a decent manner, and because she spent a lot of time with him, and she was a shithead teen, she, in her anger, ends up accusing him of doing stuff to her when he didn't, and he gets falsely accused. He ends up going to jail because of it. And trauma acquired. He cannot, even if he wanted to, he cannot even get close to children, children of her age anymore. And the last girl is a dragon girl. She's from a dragon clan that is their whole stitch, their whole reason they trade, their whole culture revolves around them being a warrior that will help save the world from the demon lord one day. That's their whole thing. They make strong warriors that will one day help take down the demon lord. That's their thing. That's how she was raised. That's what she wants from her life. And she found a guy who she thought was very nice and had a lot of heroic potential, and she was going to serve under him. She was going to be in the hero party that saves the world one day. And she was sure he was the guy. He was really nice. He helped her not get scammed the first day she was in a big city. And she trusted him. He brings her to a dungeon to help, so she could help with some stuff. Brings some really shady looking friends too. Those are some mean looking eyes. Let me just go for the more basic blob. Nah, I think I like it like this. Oh, you know what we can do for extra effect? We could like get some like lizard thingies coming out. That would be pretty cool, actually. Good. So he tricks her into getting poisoned when fighting a monster, and steals her family jewel. Because he knew that Dragon Kings usually carried that treasure with them. And apparently it's worth a lot, so ever since he saw her, everything was a scam to get that jewel from her. So he poisons her and he runs away with herself, essentially. She survives. It wasn't exactly what he intended to happen. But the guy's already too far away. She can't confront him anymore. And yeah, so each and every one of the characters trusted people a lot, got burned for it, essentially. Trusted the wrong people, got burned for it. And now they can't trust anyone anymore. That's the main premise. And they find each other. They find each other. Oh yeah, another important thing. Each of them has found a way to cope with their traumas. Main character got into idol culture. So it can be an expensive hobby for him to buy merch. But he got into idol culture. The girl, the mage girl, is the worst one. She got addicted to gambling. Mainly horse racing. She got addicted to horse racing. The priest, ironically, got addicted to womanizing. He got addicted to MILFs. He ends up getting addicted to MILFs, so he's all about that nightlife and finding and hostess clubs, which takes a lot of money away. There we go. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Looks much better now. The dragon girl is interesting. She became a foodie. She became a foodie and she's obsessed with eating out in different places. Nearly every night. Now, I love going out eating in different places. That shit's expensive though. That shit's expensive. You're supposed to usually save that for like special occasions. Doing that like every other day, little bit too much for the budget, right? So she also needs money. So all of them can't trust anyone. All of them need money to pay for their hobbies, their copes. And they find each other in the Adventurers Guild. They find each other in the Adventurers Guild. Ooh, hold up. Player. You go here. Here we get this. There we go. And we get this. Let's see. I think I want to make some items now. I made a few mugshots. Technically, this is an item, but anyways. I want to make a little note. Let's make like a parchment. Twitch fighting me, but I won't let it hide the keyboard. Oh no! Twitch is being weird. That sucks. That sucks. So the heroes find each other. They all share their tales. We learn their story when they're talking to each other at because they drank too much and they're at the guild. They couldn't summon the courage to talk to anyone, essentially, because they are very, 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 very traumatized people. And they end up talking to each other through the magic of alcohol. And they decide to form a party, a hero party, a adventurers party to brave the dungeons. But the catch is that because of what happened to them in the past, they have a very hard time trusting others. And they admit that. They admit they have a hard time trusting others to each other, right? So they decide to try and make a party that works based not on common trust, but on common distrust. That is essentially the plot. Which is why it's called, it says that they're the heroes who don't believe in humanity. Essentially, they made the conscious decision to not be trusting of people ever again, because being trusting is how they got hurt. So yeah, makes sense. And it's kind of nice because despite the fact that they don't trust each other, and there are difficulties regarding that, obviously, otherwise it would be kind of a lame show if it wouldn't show them having difficulties because of that, because that's the whole premise. They have some difficulties at first. They find ways to create win-win scenarios for each other to make sure that neither of them would think about betraying the other. Neither of them, honestly, they're all decent people. Neither of them would really betray each other. Although they do a little thing in episode 3 to someone outside the party, but that's neither here nor there too much, because honestly it did involve selling an item that turned out to be sentient. So they kinda see, there was this one quest where they had to find a sword for someone in an abandoned dungeon. Turns out the sword was sentient all along. And if they gave the sword away to that person, it would just be, even though it was sentient, it would just be put in storage. So the sword asked for plead with them, and they end up giving an imitation of the sword instead of the actual sword, because they still had to get paid. So they kind of scammed the guild leader a little bit, but you know, it was for a good cause, kinda. I'll overlook it. I'll overlook it because I think the sword is actually a fun character. It's also the final member of the group and the member that gives it the most contrast, because what is fun about this group is that theoretically it's a group of people who don't really trust each other very much, but their main power-up comes from friendship, because the legendary sword that is sentient, its main power is fueled by friendship by being able to fuse the bodies and minds of two people when they are in proper agreement. So literally, the way that they unlock power-ups in this series is through understanding each other and working through each other's trauma, which honestly cute. Honestly cute. I'm not opposed to that. That is pretty cute. It was a pretty cute show from beginning to end, honestly. Not perfect by any means, but I thought it was pretty pleasant, actually. Like, it's not like high octane action. It's not like a solo leveling, super production, etc. The production value is very much whatever, right? But it's a cute premise. It has an open ending because you're supposed to read what happens next in the manga or something. Not entirely sure on that regard, but most of these shows are like one season and done, and like if you wanna see what happens next, you gotta find the manga, you gotta find the book, and you keep reading. A lot of particularly old anime are like that, where they are actually... how do I put it? They're like promotional things more than actual stories for you to watch. So you're supposed to... So you're supposed to look for the ending yourself, really. But it's fine. It's fine. It's fun. It's enjoyable. I had fun with the story. I did like one thing that they did, though. Usually... plots where there's like so let's say a woman when there's like an anime, there's a plot where a woman falsely accuses a man of like sexual misconduct. There are some undertones that go there that feel a little bit anti-woman in general. Like, they demonize the crap out of the character doing that. Weirdly enough, in the priest story, the girl who did it, you don't necessarily feel... They don't portray her as pure evil. They actually portray her as, like, genuinely hurt from being rejected and lashing out like a kid would, which I thought was like a pretty smart way to go about it if you're going to portray it. Going to portray something like that from happening. Portray something like that happening, right? Because things can be little shitheads and not know better sometimes, and will do crappy stuff. There are male teachers who are absolutely scared of anything happening to them because girls are having crushes on them or something like that. I heard a story like that before. I think it was from a video from Lilimation, where she was discussing a teacher that she used to have, that she didn't understand why the teacher would lock himself inside his class every time he was done lecturing. And according to her, she found out that the reason why was because because all the girls in her school had a crush on him, and he realized that. So he was stuck between the cross and the frying pan, essentially, because if he gave attention to the girls, he was one call away from a parent being scared that he was and accusing him of flirting with the girls. And if he if he tried to ignore the girl students, he was also one call away from a parent accusing him of misogyny because he only talked to the male students and never to the female students. So what he did was hide himself, so he didn't have to talk with any of the students. And the worst they could accuse him was of being completely not being very sociable, which made sense. My point being, it's a delicate topic. It's a topic that is hard to tackle, and I felt like the anime tried its best and actually managed to tackle it better than most. So I do merit where it's due, credit where it's due, you know? Let's make a big key. Let's make a gold key. Man, Rise of the Shield Hero, I haven't watched anything past the first season, I believe. There are more seasons out now. That show scares me. That show scares me a little bit. It has elements in it that I don't know where they will go, and I am afraid of them going. Of where they could go. I kind of like the girl characters in there a lot. But how do I say? There are certain tropes in the genre that the anime exists that you kind of can't ignore. I remember like My Mother's Basement, right? It's another YouTuber I watch who makes a lot of like reviews. And I think he said that in the original work there is a point where there is unfortunately a trope that I really dislike, which is the student to girlfriend trope that sometimes is straight up adopted daughter to girlfriend trope, which is like it's not the best. It's not the best. So yeah, and my understanding is that Shield Hero has the setup for that to happen eventually, even though the anime starts with the protagonist going, no, this is not gonna be a thing. But there is the fact that, and it's weirdly enough played for laughs. They try to play it off for laughs, but then you're like, I know you said you're not gonna do that, but then again, I watch I can't believe my sister is this cute. Ore no Imoto. I think it was Ore no Imoto. And when that show started, the whole premise was that even though she really, really liked to play incest eroge, she did not have any feelings for her brother, and we weren't going the incest route. The ending of that anime is that they absolutely go the incest route. So you can trust things that are said at the beginning of the show. You can't trust things that are said in the beginning of these shows. If the indicators are there and it's something that bothers you, walk away. It's okay. Walk away. You are not a coward. Walk away. If you feel like there's something fishy in the anime you're watching that isn't for you, just walk away. There is no shame in that. It's not for you. It's for people who have a very some niche needs or some niche taste, and walk away. Man, that actually remembers Ore no Imoto was kinda not that bad, minus the whole incest thing, right? But I feel like the show... Because the show was trying to... When the show started, it kinda had a message about like how... some otaku media has some kinda weird stuff in it, but people can find appeal in it for like pure reasons, so to speak. And you shouldn't think that anime influences you negatively or stuff like that, right? And that was kind of the message of the first season, but then they throw it out the window and do the thing. And because she consumed all the media that was like incesty, and she ends up it kind of, you know, you can see how there's a clash in messaging, right? If there was messaging to begin with, maybe it was just wish fulfillment all along, and well, fuck. Maybe I just got stupid. Maybe that was the point all along. Was wish fulfillment of the author. Which is also a really weird thing about that show. That the author of that anime, he did like several incesty thing anime. He has a little sister. At this point, I think there's a she has a restraining order on him. I'm not entirely sure. And the anime adaptations that get picked from this author, they all have really, really cute animations. They all have like really cute animations. You might have used some of them on Discord without knowing where it's from, because they're all very, very cute. There's this one kind of meme animation of like this girl with purple hair dancing while doing the laundry. It looks really cute. And that's from an anime show that he made that isn't the Ore no Imoto, it's another one. I am trying to remember the name. But basically the premise is that parents die And brother is left to take care of his little sister, and she is a NEET. The big plot twist is that she is also a streamer and an artist, and a very prominent artist who that erotic that does erotic does like not quite eroge but kind of like it. They do not say, basically they do not say forward commission, and they do sexy commission for people who write visual novels. And the big plot twist is that the protagonist is like an author. It's not visual novels, it's the book thing, but I don't remember the name of the book thing. What's the name of the book thing? Hold up. Light novels! Light novels, right. That's right. Light. So yeah, so he does light novels. He writes light novels, and because both of them use pseudonyms, they don't know that they are working a project together. And then he accidentally discovers that she is the artist. And I don't know, hilarity ensues. I remember there's a bunch of like lowbrow humor in that show. Like there's like a literal scene where a girl starts saying, "I like dicks, all girls my age like dicks," or something like that. Which is played for laughs, haha. Hilarious. Hilarious. So funny. Uh-huh. Regardless, I'm definitely not the target audience. That one, I'm definitely not the target audience. So we got key A. I want to make... I'm gonna make a hook. Ooh, I know. Let's make a really cool anchor. Let's make a really cool anchor. I remember that one of the funniest things about that anime though is that if you shifted the perspective very slightly, it could actually go from a rom-com to like a horror anime. If the perspective and the tone was slightly shifted, it would actually be like a really scary thriller. because the girl didn't want to go out of her room, and her brother was like trying to get her to get out of the room because he missed seeing his cute little sister. So if we shifted the perspective just a little bit and we didn't get like the side of the brother character, it could have been like a weird horror movie where the reason the sister doesn't want to come out is because she knows that her brother has a weird obsession with her, and the brother's like, he is taking care of her, but like secretly he's obsessive with her, and she's closed off in her own room all the time, trying to figure out a way to be saved, and she's streaming, but secretly she's sending all these messages asking to be rescued to his peers, hoping someone will notice. And could have been like an amazing psychological horror thriller. But then again, so is that one movie. There's a movie that is kind of one of those that make you stop and think a little bit about stuff. It's I think it was meant to be a romance? Yeah. It was like a romance where there's this ship, right, in space. There's a spaceship, and everyone is in cryogenic suspension. And they are going to like a new planet or something. But the cryopod of this one guy malfunctions. And it opens up before they reach their destination. So this guy starts getting like really lonely inside the ship by himself. And he sees a girl he likes, the pod of a girl he likes. And he decides to open her pod ahead of time too. So he will have company. And he picks a woman specifically because he's straight and he wants romantic company. And this is played out to be like a love story or something like that, but it's the more you get the more fridge logic you insert into it, the more fucked up it becomes, because like, since he unfroze her ahead of time, he doomed her to the same fate as he, which is he will never meet the rest of the crew and all the friends that were in there. He will never get to see the new planet and start the new life that everyone in that ship is heading towards. Basically, he's kind of fucked. He's gonna die on the ship. It's like his future is stolen, and he does that to someone else just so he won't be alone. I remember someone rewrote that movie to be a thriller, and it became like such an amazing piece of media without ever being what the movie was about. Because the movie is about he does that, they fall in love, she finds out that he did that on purpose, she gets a little bit freaked out, he explains his reasons, she thinks it's sweet, and the movie ends. Like that. You know what, I was thinking of doing it sideways, but I think on pixel art it's gonna look a little bit too wonky, so let's do a simpler version. Let's go. here. Da, 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 da. Na, 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 na. So yeah, so that movie was something. It really was something. I remember it had like a very poor reception, like people would dunk it so much on it. I always find it funny when this happens. Like when authors write a story and they are trying very hard to write someone who is a character who is like relatable, and then they end up making a villain by accident, an intentional villain. And because they don't see that they wrote a bad person, you get a movie or a piece of media that is trying to justify the character's behavior because it sees the world just it's kind of like there's an error in the Matrix, right? Because in real life, the world doesn't really give you clear signals that you're being a fuckhead, right? You don't get like an instant shock every time you're being a fuckhead, which is why a lot of people are fuckheads. They were raised in an environment of like, if you're being bad, you immediately get punished. So as long as you don't get punished, you didn't do anything bad. That's kind of a type of conditioning that happens a lot. It happens a lot in families where corporal punishment is prevalent. Because corporal punishment doesn't help you understand that you did something wrong. It helps you understand that you did something that triggers the corporal punishment when you're a child, right? So technically, it becomes a game of hiding that you did something wrong rather than like developing a conscience and feeling genuinely bad because you did something wrong and understanding the consequences of what you did and whatnot, right? It's education through conditioning is not the best. It's not the best. It looks like it works short term because humans have a bias towards negative reinforcement where it's like neurological in a sense. The pain section of our brain is wired together with the learning part of our brain. So technically we can learn a lot from painful lessons, or even when we learn something new, especially if it's something that contradicts what we already know to be true. It is literally processed as pain. So, which is why it's hard for some people to let go of their core beliefs, because literally letting go of a core belief is interpreted as pain by your brain. It is actually interpreted as pain. Which also means that theoretically some of the best teachers are a little bit masochistic, because that means they know they're gonna cause some pain to you, they know you're gonna need some pain to learn, and they're gonna get the training program, the lessons that might be a little bit painful to do, but they're gonna pan out in the long run. But obviously I'm not talking about corporal punishment, I'm just talking about learning. For those. Like, if you're a sadistic teacher because you like to inflict corporal punishment on your students, you're not a good teacher. But like I said, there's a little bit of sadism involved in when it comes down to teaching effectively, psychologically, that is. You gotta be a little bit. Oh, I know there's gonna be resistance to this, but don't worry. Teacher's gonna teach you how it actually works and stuff like that. Yeah, hurts to practice math every day, right? Anyways, here's more math homework. That kind of sadism. That kind of sadism works. That kind works. Anyways. What was I talking about? I think I forgot. Yeah, I think I forgot. Oh yeah. One piece of media excuse the shitty behaviors of their characters because they don't realize they are writing a shitty character. I always find that fascinating. Because, like I said, the real world doesn't really care if you're being a shithead. The world itself, so you don't get instant karmic retribution. And sometimes you will get fucked for being a fuckhead every so often, but you won't necessarily associate it with the fact that you were being a fuckhead. You're just gonna be like, oh, I am so unlucky, oh, woe is me, why does this keep happening? And then it's kind of like a series of events. I feel so lonely, why no one wants to be with me? And then turns out you were kind of horrible to people. You just never noticed you were being horrible, you thought you were being quirky. It can happen. A whole lot more than you think, really. Let's see, here we go. Here we are. I think this looks cool. I think this looks good. You go, Now, what else do I draw? You know what? I'm gonna draw something that I have no idea how good it will look in pixel art. I'm gonna draw, you know that magician trick where it's a bunch of handkerchiefs tied to each other? I wanna try to draw that. How would I start to draw that? Go and we do it like this? Maybe... Then do do a little bit like this. I see. We gotta use like one extra to create more. Yeah. Then here to look like. There we go. And there we go. Here we are. There we go. Yeah. It's looking like that, right? If I fill in with a bunch of different colors, it's gonna be even more clear what I'm doing here. There we go. Hi. But I am still mad that I watched a show that was called Holy War Kerberos. There were no Kerberos, and honestly, the wars didn't feel very holy. The war never even really happened. It was a war that was prevented, right, in the title. And it wasn't driven by the church even. It wasn't driven by the church at all. But it did have one of the weirdest it had just the weirdest character development plotline that I ever seen in an anime before. So there was this character that was an arguably evil mage who was one of the 1,000-year younglings. It's like, she is a mage. She looks young, but she's 360. She was like 367 years old, or like this really specific age, which I thought was like, that's weird that they picked a very specific age for this, but sure. And part of her character was that she was in love with the villain, but the villain didn't really care for her. But he knew she liked him, so he kept like leading her on, right? Until the end where he ultimately uses her and leaves her to die. And mid process of her story, the villain literally chimerifies her, and she stops being she stops having the little girl body, and instead she becomes a much taller and breastier girl. So literally her development to getting more power was getting extra developments, if you know what I mean. So that was weird. That was weird. That entire show was weird. The main character literally does nothing but get his ass kicked 95% of the time, but then he reaches like apotheosis levels of power and is actually able to beat the big bad. Kinda like an asshole. Honestly, it was a little bit of an asshole. Hey, what you gonna do? What are you gonna do? It is what it is. Do we make one more? I think I want to make another key. I think I need to make another key. We need 2 keys for what I'm thinking. So we should make a silver key. Let's make it in a different angle. Maybe like this. I could just recolor the other one, but that would not serve the point of what we're doing here on stream today, which is testing stuff out. Oh god. Guys, BRB. Gotta take a quick break. I'll be right back. Oh, hey Super Fudge, welcome to the stream. I just need to go real quick to the bathroom and I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Hope you're doing good. Okay, okay, okay. I'm back. I'm back. It's fine. I just really, really needed to go to the bathroom. Hey, cutie kitty. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hello, hello. Boop. Thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate it. 8 months. Oh, damn. Been a while. How are you doing? How are both of you doing? Thank you, Super Fudge. I am better. I am better. So I want to do a key sideways. Since it's a horrible angle, that means it's good practice. And well, I think that is good. That is good to hear. That is good to hear. Man, I found it a show so weird on Netflix. Apparently it was on Hulu before. It's called Solar Opposites. Apparently some of the Rick and Morty people worked on it or something. It's like a sitcom-y kind of show about a couple of aliens who are living on Earth because their planet exploded. And they're there on a mission to terraform the planet and extinguish the human race, but because the process is apparently extremely slow, they're just hanging out. Have you seen Smiling Friends? Only the clips. Only the clips. I don't know where to watch it here in Brazil. I wanna watch it though. It looks good. It's pretty crazy. It's funny because there's a bunch of cameos from like YouTubers and stuff in it, right? HBO Max. Ah. Oh, Kitty Kitty, please tell me, what did you think of that account? It's pretty good. Yeah. It looks like it. Looks like it. It has like a very dry sense of humor, right? But yeah, Kitty Kitty, what did you think of that account? Did you think the internet elements were kind of cringe, or did they make sense to you? I don't know. Personally, I have a hard time with online elements being incorporated into storytelling. It looked like Blue Exorcist and Jujutsu Kaisen had an illegal child, but the idea is not bad. Yeah. Although, if you really wanna see the illegal child of Blue Exorcist if you wanna see the illegal child of Blue Exorcist and Deadman Wonderland that hit its head during birth, Togenyanki. It's Togenyanki. But yeah, Smiling Friends seems like a very fun show. I think I may have watched like some episodes entirely through clips, because you'll find so many clips of it online. I am 95% sure I've already seen entire episodes like 5 minutes at a time, but I'm not entirely sure. Now, the thing about shonen anime, Deadman Wonderland was cool. Deadman Wonderland was cool. It's very edgy. But also very very watchable. Oh, that's why there's no season 2, I see. I see, that's why there's no season 2. Oh, right. There we go. There we go. Too bad the studio got... Yeah. That is too bad. That's what changed things from the manga that made almost impossible to make season 2. Old anime... How old is Deadman Wonderland? Now that I think about it. This was very common in older anime. Like, the original Full Metal Alchemist had a bizarre ending, and they swapped it around the homunculi too. Like, Rat was Pride, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember if anything got swapped around. Basically, they swapped Rat with Pride in the original one over 10 years. I don't know if that was the area where anime adaptations got already were still getting like unique endings because they caught up with the manga. I like the idea of that account spawning yokai and yurei isn't bad, but I would have liked it if either they make it more anime or they would be less aggressive. The yokais, you mean? Oh, that's old. I am having 2 conversations at the same time, and don't worry, I can juggle through them, no problem. As long as you guys are able to understand what I'm saying. So Deadman Wonderland came out in 2012. Yeah, I think they were still doing that. Inspector. I don't think I've seen that one. Maybe I need to check it out. If it's on Crunchyroll, I might be able to check it out. Inspector. I feel like I remember that name. Oh, it's Shoujo, really? Kiba is professional yapper. Well, I mean... You know, if you're a streamer... Kinda, right? If the content is talking with the audience... And technically you're getting paid, that means you're getting paid to yap. It's about a girl who lost an eye and a leg to be able to talk. I remember that one! I think I dropped it for no reason because I forgot. Yeah, it's one of those animes that got swallowed because there was a big season with a lot of different stuff and I ended up not watching it. I kinda hate when that happens. But some seasons are so stacked that you end up not watching everything. I don't know if you guys go through this cycle as well. like there is start of season, and like you separate all the shows you want to watch, and you start watching them, but maybe you kind of drop off ones because you don't have quite the time to watch all of them. And maybe one of them slows down a little bit, then you end up prioritizing another one for like whatever reason. And then you kind of forget some of them as is, some of them you're like, oh, I think I wanna save up, you know, for when it's already done. I'm gonna watch it all at once. So let me watch this weekly and then I'll come back to this, and then you don't come back to it. I think I need to watch that one. I have a fixed day where I watch my anime and that is a holiday. Me too. Me too. Me too. Because like, there are two types of animes that I watch. I watch good anime and I watch not so good anime. Usually the good anime I watch together with Momochi. And we have a special day for that, which is on Saturdays in particular, sometimes Sunday, at nighttime, because every other day of the week we usually work. We start working 7 p.m. and we go till 9:30. Like drawing, maybe setting stuff up for stream, that kind of stuff is usually what I do. Anime date sounds adorable. Yeah, I like it a lot. I like it a lot. It's either anime, and usually it's either we do it Saturday and Sunday, right? We alternate because we watch YouTube. Sometimes we will watch YouTube or other series when, if like we had like a particularly big week or something like that, and we're like not in the mood to think too much about being entertained, then it's gonna be YouTube videos. But otherwise, it's anime. And there's anime that may not be so good, that Momochi is not very interested, that I watch by myself. They are either not very good, or it's just stuff that I watch by myself, essentially. That isn't like Momochi's cup of tea for one reason or another. Have you seen Manyu Hikencho? Is that the ninja one? I play games with my significant others, which is also set day. Ah, that is nice. That is good. You know, that one I have watched it, and there's actually a story behind it. Way back in the day, before Crunchyroll even decided to come to Brazil, the only way to watch anime was through DVD, through through burnt DVD, basically, and there were stores that were specialized in it. There were like whole stores that were specialized in it, and the way we would do this is we would go to one of these stores, and they made like little their own covers with like art from the anime. So basically, you would go into one of these stores, you would look around, you would see anything that looked slightly interesting, right? And you would buy it. It was absurdly cheap. It was like 10 BRL for like I think it was like 10, it would be like 10 or 12 episodes per DVD, right? It was those recordable cheap ass DVDs. And honestly, I don't have a single one of those DVDs from that time because those things were not made to last. But it was fine. It was kind of like a rental, basically. And yeah. Those things broke on their own. Like, so you would go, you would pick one completely at random, base it on what you saw on the cover, and you would pray that it was slightly interesting. And you kind of were stuck with what you pick until you could go back, and in order to go back to that store, it was outside my city. So I would save up my allowance and just get to that store. I'd grab as much anime as I could of anything that I thought was slightly interesting. And yeah, I would lock myself up in my room and watch whatever the hell was there over a few weekends until I could come back. You ever get the wrong anime that was different than the cover? Incredibly enough, no. There were occasions where you would grab the defective DVD though, and you wouldn't get like anything at all. But the manual anime was like that. I had no idea what I was getting. I just saw a cute ninja girl on the cover, and I'm like, okay, could be a good time. Let's pick that one. I just went with the vibes in the cover of the art and prayed to God it would be good. Was it uncensored? I don't remember. It might have been. Because those DVDs were made by fansubbers, mostly. So it was whatever the hell. So cutie kitty. I never accidentally picked hentai, because hentai had its own section. It was like in the upper. You had the store, you had all the different it was all stocked up in rows, right? And the uppermost row was the hentai row, and it was a little bit to the side too, so you would have to be standing in front of the guy who was taking care of the shop to actually be able to pick one up. I guess they did that on purpose to avoid the children getting it, right? Because if you are underage, chances are you're not even reaching that place, and even if you're reaching the place, you kind of have to look at the cashier in the eye. But how does one become cultured then? I would die having to get it in public. Yeah. That is very true. That is very true. Dude, that actually reminds me that there was this anime convention where I think I met the most brave soul in the world. I was with Momochi in this anime convention, and they had the DVDs too there, right? And I look at that one, and I recognized it from animations that I saw online a long time ago. And I pointed at Momochi and was like, oh look, this is actually a hentai. Because I did that, someone that was passing by was prompted to give me an entire history on how that hentai was produced, why the characters were picked like that, and what it was actually trying to reference in an age where you could not actually do doujinshi with said characters. The hentai was Viper GTS. Apparently it was a parody of Oh My Goddess, we're using demons instead of using demonesses that were stand-ins for the goddesses. And I remember we ended up buying that DVD together because Momochi never actually watched a hentai, and she wanted to know what it was like. So we ended up getting that one, and she didn't like it very much. She didn't like it very much. The hentai was very light, by the way. It's just that turns out she doesn't really like to watch hentai. Was the animation bad? Honestly, how do I put it? Like, it's not amazing. I think for the time that it was made, it was okay-ish, right? It did have that, though. It did have those quality moments where the quality drops and the characters become kind of wonky. You know what I mean? Like, for reference that the audience might understand, I think the animation quality of something like Bible Black is superior. But it was mostly the act of watching hentai. I don't think she feels comfortable watching with people eat too, you know? It had some funny moments though. It was extremely corny. Never really seen Bible Black. It has lots of kinks I'm not into it. That is absolutely fair. That is absolutely fair. It's just that it's kind of a meme, right? Even if you're not really into the kinks, you might have forced yourself to see it just because everyone keeps talking about it. It is very BDSM-ish, and it does have a few stuff in it, which is very understandable. Sometimes end up watching hentai for the actual story and plot. I feel like there still are some that have actual plot, but I haven't seen any in a while with an actual plot. Boku no Pico, oh god, yeah. Yeah, that one I've only watched reaction content to it, essentially. I understand the basic premise, and thanks, but no thanks. I feel like that one is there are some pieces of media that we don't consume directly, we kind of absorb it through osmosis, you know? Like the legendary bad movie, or the legendary bad anime, or the legendary bad whatever, right? I didn't watch Interspace Reviewers. It got taken down before I even got around to looking at what it was. I never played a Final Fantasy game fully, but I know a lot about Final Fantasy VII. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. This was me as a child. I have a weird relationship with Final Fantasy VII. Because it took a big while before I could actually own a PSP. I don't remember why. My mom didn't want to get me a new video game console for a long time. My last video game console was for a long time was the Genesis, right? So I wanted a Super Nintendo because it had Mega Man in it, but I didn't get it. Now I can play all the Mega Man games I want because it was released for computer. Anyways, so I was stuck with pretty much the computer for a long time. What? And by the time Final Fantasy VII got out, I saw it, it was weeb as fuck, I really wanted to play it, but I couldn't. But the newsstand had a full how to beat guide. And I look at it, I opened the full how to beat guide, and it also had more or less the plot. So I bought the magazine with the full how to beat guide and absorbed the plot and read the guide to read the story of the game. I watch all of them on a very specific site that I wouldn't want to share. I would recommend either buying DVDs or search the interwebs. Ah, I see, kitty, I see. That's like me in Resident Evil 5. Ah, you did that with Resident Evil 5. Bought a guide before I even had the console to play it. Yeah. Man, I kinda miss the video game guide era. Although the last time I actually bought a guide for anything, I regret it deeply, but that was because it was a guide to how to play World of Warcraft Cataclysm. I remember I was going, both me and Omochi were doing the conscious decision of start playing World of Warcraft. And there was this bookstore that sold international books, right? And they had a fully in English guide to how to play World of Warcraft. You know what? Do I want to zoom it? No, it's an item. I think I want it like this. And where is it? Ah, it's here. So we bought the guide to World of Warcraft Cataclysm, but the thing about that guide that it was made for the beginning of the expansion, and when we started to play it, we were at the end of the expansion. So because of that, it ended up being completely useless. Like 90% of what was written there had been patched, changed, rearranged. So having, like, this sucks, but it's kind of part of what internet made it to us, right? The games get to be patched out, get to be changed over and over and over. So a magazine with a printed guide is just gonna get outdated most of the time. It's so sad. Now, can you guess my World of Warcraft race? If you even know World of Warcraft. I don't know. How many of you played World of Warcraft here? Worgen? Warg race, I forgot the proper name. So, I thought about playing Worgen. Worgen was during Cataclysm, right? Yeah. But I didn't because I thought ratios were important. Right? I thought the ratios were super important. It was Alliance. It was Alliance. I wanted to play Horde, actually, and Momochi wanted to play Horde too, but we ended up going Alliance because we had a friend who only played Alliance. He was very snooty about it. I actually wanted to play Forsaken, and Momochi actually wanted to play Tauren. But we were going to play with a friend, and he only played Alliance, so we compromised. We compromised. But but it's not Worgen. It's not Worgen. Can you guess which one I ended up picking? Then you went with Dark Elf. Night Elf, yes. Exactly. I went with Night Elf because Night Elf gets a second stealth. Now, do you think I picked male or female? Do you think I went with male or female Night Elf? Female, exactly, female. Because I'll be very, very real with you all. The male model is so ugly. It's so ugly. I came out of Ragnarok Online, which had very weeb graphics. And that male Night Elf, like, if you like it, that's great. But the ears are so floppy. And in a bad way, they don't feel right. they just don't feel right, you know? So yeah, I ended up going with female night elf. Sylvanas. Yeah, Sylvanas is nice. It's kind of funny and sad that the Forsaken are led by Sylvanas, but you can't make a Forsaken night elf. It would have been really, really cool if you could pick any race to be Forsaken, you know? You can kind of do it if you play Dark Knight, but not quite the same. I get it that it's lore reasons and you're supposed to start when Arthas poisons the one village and everyone that starts in that one village that got poisoned, but still, come on, it would be cool. Change the lore so it's cool, come on. Do it. Just do it, bro. Come on. Maybe I'll add something like that in my game once you reach a certain reputation threshold a certain fashion. Oh! That could be cool. I don't know if World of Warcraft is doing good or not because people who play any game will tell you that the game is dying. On the internet, every game is dying. So you can never be sure what's the actual health of a game. It's so sad. Guys, it's so sad. World of Warcraft died of Ligma. F's in chat to play respect. And Yu-Gi-Oh! Also died of Ligma. Too much Ligma in the meta. There's just too much Ligma in the meta. It's the Ligma meta for sure. The only game that isn't overrun by bots is... Oh, never mind. Real life has Grok and others win the game. What? Real life has Grok? What do you mean? Hold on, kitty kitty. Oh, in real life. I thought you said Second Life. I thought you said the Second Life, and I was like, wait, Second Life has integration with X? What? No, wait, hold up. Back it off. Was there a Grok incident with Second Life? I know the Grok incident with Real Life, where Elon released the dumbest tools of all times, and I haven't really been posting a lot of art on X because of it. I am also thinking that Twitter might get banned in Brazil again. Grok put Kiba in a gold bikini. Why? Ask Grok to put me in a gold bikini when I put myself in a gold bikini, huh? Huh? Why do that? I don't care. I'll put myself in a gold bikini. Did I... The problem is, I don't remember where I left that gift. That was the trend for a bit. Yeah. It is. It was like a pretty mean trend because for people in real life, it's like, fuck, I didn't consent to this, right? And there is the argument that theoretically people could always do this sort of thing with Photoshop. But like, dude, at least when people had to do it with Photoshop, they had to learn to use Photoshop. It could be almost an impressive thing. That they knew Photoshop so well they could put me in a gold bikini in a Photoshop, right? It was actually an impressive skill. They use search of the Paris building of Twitter possibly containing... Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, I miss bad Photoshop edits. Those were good. Those were really fun. Which may ban Twitter from you. Yeah. The whole thing that they did with the Grok edit, it's also very much against a few laws here in Brazil. And I recall there being motion for Elon to pay fines for it. And I think there may be a date, I'm not entirely sure, there may be a date that if Elon doesn't make a statement, Twitter gets banned from Brazil again. That already has happened. I made a celebratory picture of it, actually. It was this one. Remember that time when Brazilian Mico was trending and Brazil got had to stop using Twitter because it got suspended? I made this to remember that. Because like suddenly Brazilian Mico was trending and Brazilians could not use Twitter any longer. I could probably have made her breasts a little bit bigger on this actually. I need to redo her sometime. I was thinking for the 2.0 model, instead of going for just Gyaru look, I'd straight up go for like a Brazilian look. Brazilian tan. I made her an angel because Twitter got banned and everyone who was on Twitter in Brazil had to move to Blue Sky. So it's literally Brazilian Mico going to Blue Sky. Wow. Oh, baby. Here's some nightmare fuel to make the picture of children. Oh, no. Yeah, yeah. Oh, God. Okay, so everyone, it's starting to rain a little bit strong. We already have been streaming for 4 hours, and my dog is starting to get scared of the rain. So we're going to end stream now. Thank you all very much for joining me. Yeah, also has to be trained to not be racist. I don't... The thing is, that thing that people call AI does not have a conscience in any way, shape, or form. I don't know how we can teach morality to something that doesn't have a true consciousness, which is why it's kind of hard to not make it racist, you know? So everyone, thank you very much for joining me. Hope you all have a wonderful day or night. Stay awesome, and we are gonna find someone to raid. Let's see who is around today that we can raid. Question being, do we raid other artists? I think we raid other artists. Let's see. Do we got any pixel artists around? I think I'm gonna pick someone random today. Okay, let's go with this person. They have a cute model. So everyone, once again, thank you all very much for joining me. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night. Stay awesome, and remember, when in doubt, when you think you can do it, just think like a ninja. And sure you can! Bye-bye, everyone! Have a good one! Bye-bye!